Hartelijk welkom, gezegende mensen, in de midweek vieringsdienst. Mis het niet. Nodig al uw geliefden uit. En wij wachten tot de verbinding vanuit Kenia weer hersteld is.
Right now, we are following some big international breaking news. NATO officials now saying Russia has officially invaded Ukraine.
From NBC News.
Russia overnight launched an attack on Ukraine, striking military posts across the country. An unprovoked war in Europe.
War has returned to Europe. In the early hours of Thursday, Russian tanks and troops rolled across the border in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
This is an NBC News special report.
Right now at 11 o'clock, we begin with our breaking news. Our world is indeed changing.
This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Nora O'Donnell in Washington, and we are coming on the air because the war in Ukraine has begun. Just minutes after Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a special military operation in eastern Ukraine, explosions were heard in Kyiv.
We begin with breaking news. Russia announced a military operation in eastern Ukraine. There are reports of explosions near Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. Russia's President Vladimir Putin warning that any forward attempt to interfere would lead to, quote, consequences they have never seen.
En dit is hoe het allemaal begon.
Now I can announce to you here that there is a historic war coming to the earth.
Nu kan
A
ik hier
historic war is coming to
dat er
the
een
earth.
historische oorlog naar de aarde komt. Een historische oorlog.
There is a historic war coming to the earth.
Er komt een historische oorlog naar de aarde.
I have seen a terrible war coming to the earth.
Ik heb een verschrikkelijke oorlog naar de aarde zien komen.
In fact, I saw the fighter aircrafts.
In feite zag ik
Those
gevechtsvliegtuigen.
Alpha strike aircraft, they're called Alpha strike aircraft.
Deze alpha gevechtsvliegtuigen, ze noemen ze
The ones
alpha
that strike, they go first into the enemy territory.
Ze gaan eerst in het vijandelijke territorium.
Even those pilots, they go on what we call suicidal missions.
Ook de piloten, ze gaan op wat hun zelfmoordmissies.
Because they are the ones who go normally and knock down the anti-aircraft missiles and all of them, the batteries, wherever they are. First of all, disarm them, knock them down.
Gaan ze alle
The anti-aircraft
anti-afweer
missiles and the batteries, wherever they are located, they are the ones that know them and they go and knock them out first before the other fleet now come.
Ze weten waar ze die bevinden en die schakelen ze eerst uit voordat de andere vloot komt.
Niliona hizo ndege za kivita zikienda.
And then I saw the special operation forces in attack, the strike helicopters going also.
Halafu nikaona zile ndege speciali kabisa katika vikosi, zile helikopta za kulipua pia.
And I saw people being dropped in parachutes.
Na pia nikaona watu wakiletwa katika parachutes.
And so the Lord showed me then a lot of people running and being refugees, pouring their things out into a refugee camp, and they were looking for food, opening cans and eating old soup and whatever. It was such a situation.
Die bij vele mensen zien rennen, vluchtelingen in vluchtelingenkampen. Uit de soep die over de datum was. Ja, ze dropten hun spullen daar.
And so I saw them in such a terrible place in the open, refugees of that war. There was lack of food, there was a lot of smoke and bombing and deaths.
Niliona katika hali mbaya kabisa katika hiyo kambi za wakimbizi na kulikuwepo na moshi mkubwa katika
war there was big bombings and a lot of smoke and a lot of gunfire.
Katika hilo vita kulikuwepo na moshi mkubwa, kulikuwepo na mabomu na kulikuwepo na marisasi mengi.
I saw a lot of war, a lot of gunfire, a lot of missiles, attack helicopters, the strike aircrafts, and it was just unbelievable.
Niliona vita mingi kabisa, niliona marisasi mingi kabisa yakipigwa, niliona makombora makubwa yakipiga, mabomu makubwa yakipigwa. Hivyo basi ilikuwa mbaya kabisa ya kutisha.
And so,
kwa hivyo,
after that,
baada ya hiyo,
then I saw the pale horse running across the sky. The pale horse that July 29th, the year 2009, I saw in heaven released.
Het gouden paard dat ik op 31 juli 2019 in de hemel losgelaten zag worden.
So I saw him running across the sky.
Ik zag hem door de lucht rennen.
So the mission of that pale horse, the escalation of it, is about to take place.
Dus de missie van het gouden paard, de escalatie ervan, staat op het punt te gebeuren. En opnieuw op 11 januari 2021.
The Lord spoke with me.
De Heere sprak met mij.
I see a border dispute.
Ik zie een
territorial dispute.
Territoriaal.
I see a territorial dispute that is coming. A territorial dispute, one country trying to annex part of another country.
Probeert een deel van een ander land te annexeren. En ze zeiden, want die mensen in dat gebied spreken onze taal.
They live like this, like
zij leven zoals wij, ze spreken onze taal. Dus ik zie een territoriaal conflict.
I see a bit of UN involvement in
ik zie de VN-betrokkenheid in de situatie. En ook militair.
So I see these things coming to the earth.
En ik zie deze dingen naar de aarde komen. Deze dingen komen naar de aarde. En onthoud dat gisteren de Heere Yahweh, hij sprak met mij over de verheerlijkte komst van de Messias. En u ziet heel duidelijk dat de Heere uw aandacht vestigt op het feit dat het tijd is om u gereed te maken en heilig te zijn voor de komst van Christus en rechtvaardig, want het koninkrijk van God is nabij. Het koninkrijk van God komt. Wij leven in zulke historische tijden. We leven in zulke ongewone tijden. Wanneer nu de boodschappers van Yahweh, degenen die direct contact hebben met hem en alles verkondigen aan u, dat gebeurt in de hemelse gewesten. We gaan naar de komst van de Messias. Zij hebben de verheerlijkte bruiloft in de lucht aangekondigd. En ze hebben ook aangekondigd, openlijk aan u, dat zij de kerk zien binnengaan en de verheerlijkte trap neergelaten. En gisteren kondigde ik aan dat ik de heerlijkheid eruit zag komen. De heerlijkheid van God en de wolk die de deur opent. Dus ik kon in de hemel kijken. Dus nu komt hier iemand die in de hemel kan kijken, zelfs de hemel bezoekt en terugkomt en met u spreekt. Wat een voordeel heeft u ten opzichte van andere generaties? Dat er nu een direct contact is tussen hemel en aarde. En de Heer doet al deze dingen om uw hart en uw aandacht te verkrijgen. Voor het verheerlijkte koninkrijk van God. Voor één doel, dat u ze gereed maakt en nooit zal vergaan. Ik heb territoriaal gezien en één groep verliest. En dan tegelijkertijd zie ik opwekking. De Messias komt, gezegende mensen. Mogen u wijs zijn, mogen uw wijsheid u niet verlaten, Heer. Want onthoud, de eeuwigheid is een hele lange tijd. De leven op deze aarde wordt bemanteld. Elke gelegenheid dat ik voor u kom, u de land voor de adem, moet u rennen en zich bekeren en heilig zijn. Het leven op de aarde is onder het rechtsgebied van de 2 profeten van de Heer gebracht. De woorden van mijn tong, dat alleen de Bijbelse sprinkhanen die ik bracht, dat alleen zou tegen u moeten spreken. En de Bijbelse lockdown die plaatsvindt in Egypte, die kwam in dit tijdperk. Toen iedereen in lockdown zat, zoals in Egypte. Dus dit zou u mijn woorden ernstig moeten doen nemen. En dat u zich begint te bekeren en gereed te maken voor de komst van de Messias. Alles wat gesproken moet worden voor de verheerlijkte komst van de Messias heb ik gesproken. En ik ben trouw geweest om het te spreken, exact zoals God de Vader mij geboden heeft. Mogen zij die oren hebben, zich bekeren en de weg gereed maken voor de komst van de Messias. Dank u. De Heer zegen u. En op 23 februari 2022, 1 jaar en 1 maand later.
From NBC News, this is Today.
Russian President Vladimir Putin recognized 2 new countries overnight, both pieces of Ukraine, and ordered in Russian tanks and troops to back them up.
Right now, we are following some big international breaking news. NATO officials now saying Russia has officially invaded Ukraine.
Overnight, more shelling in Ukraine, including the capital city of Kyiv.
We zien hier video's online. Explosies in woonwijken laten zien.
The Russian military launched more than 100 ballistic and cruise missiles into Ukraine last night, also seizing an airport less than 20 miles away from Ukraine's capital of Kyiv.
A huge blast in the center of Ukraine's second largest city. Look at the destruction in Kharkiv, which is about the size of Philadelphia. This guy was shooting a selfie video when a missile struck. Rubble rains down.
Стреляли по аэродрому.
Ze waren aan het schieten op de luchthaven.
И попали.
En ze troffen deze.
Кто стрелял?
Wie deed dit?
Уже штук 20 пролетіло.
Russia claims to have destroyed 83 Ukrainian military outposts. They've launched a three-pronged assault from the east, north, and south.
Now, this all started moments after Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that he had decided to conduct a special military operation.
Explosies, de basisexplosie.
Huge explosions woke everyone in Kiev as the Russian mission continues. Fiery debris falling onto residential buildings below.
Columns of tanks have been seen entering the city. And horrific cell phone footage showed a tank crushing a car.
There is a historic war coming to the earth. I have seen a terrible war coming to the earth. There was a lot of smoke and bombing and deaths. In that war, there was big bombings and a lot of smoke and a lot of gunfire, a lot of war, a lot of gunfire, a lot of missiles, attack helicopters, the strike aircrafts, and it was just unbelievable.
Russian forces have attacked oil and gas facilities, sparking huge explosions on the fourth day of its land, air and sea invasion of Ukraine. Troops are trying to take over the Vervulde air base. That's 40 kilometers southwest of Kiev. An oil depot there is on fire after being hit by a Russian missile.
This is an area that has a large military airfield and multiple fuel tanks. The mayor of the town where this happened, about 18 miles from the center of the capital, says a petroleum storage depot was hit. And here's new video closer to the scene. Quoting from the mayor now, "The enemy wants to destroy everything around." The mayor adding, "The night will be difficult here as well in Kyiv."
Now, on the outskirts of Kiev, a major fire has broken out after Russian missiles hit an oil terminal. Huge flames have been lighting up the night sky in the town of Vervulde, which lies some 40 kilometers south of the capital.
For a fourth night, Russia waged war on its neighbor. This is an oil depot near an airstrip to the south of Kiev, with toxic smoke filling the air.
In that war, there was big bombings and a lot of smoke.
In die oorlog waren er grote bombardementen en veel rook.
And a lot of smoke.
En veel rook.
And a lot of smoke.
En veel rook.
In that war, there was big bombings and a lot of smoke.
In die oorlog waren er grote bombardementen en veel rook.
There was a lot of smoke and bombing.
War has returned to Europe. In the early hours of Thursday, Russian tanks and troops rolled across the border in a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Just moments after their president, Vladimir Putin, announced on television he would launch a so-called special military operation. That operation's prompted a chorus of condemnation and vows to hold the Kremlin accountable. But when it comes to defending the nation under attack, NATO has made it clear Ukraine is on its own.
This 24th of February is a terrible day for Ukraine and a dark day for Europe.
It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe.
I'm addressing you, the Russian people, as a Ukrainian citizen. We are separated by a border stretching more than 2,000 kilometers. And right now, there are 200,000 of your soldiers there. And this could mark the start of a major war on the European continent.
One state that is responsible for what is happening now in Ukraine, and that is Russia.
The European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people.
There is no justification for all this. This is Putin's war.
Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
There is a historic war coming to the earth, a terrible war coming to the earth. I saw the special operation forces in attack. There was a lot of smoke and bombing and deaths. I saw a lot of war, a lot of gunfire.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Exclusively witnessed a confrontation today at an airfield outside Kyiv. Tell us what happened and what it tells you about Ukraine's chances of keeping control of its own capital.
Yeah, I mean, it was astonishing, but it was unexpected as well, because we were making our way to an airfield near the capital, Kiev, just on the outskirts of it. It had been attacked. We knew there had been fighting there over the course of the previous hours. It's an essential airbase that the Russian special forces, we understood, had been dropped there to seize in order to establish a bridgehead so they could bring in more forces. So we went there. There was a checkpoint at the gate. I was told by Ukrainian officials that the Ukrainians had it back under control after fierce fighting. And I spent some time talking with the soldiers outside, saying, who is it that's in control right now? I said to the commanding officer in my broken Russian. And he said, it's the Russians that are in control. And I said, okay, so where are the Russians then? And he said, we're the Russians, which was incredible, because we thought they were Ukrainian forces. I looked at their insignia and suddenly realised that we had stumbled upon and we'd encountered that forward group of Russian special forces that had been put into that base just a few hours before by helicopter, had engaged in fierce fighting and were now facing a counter-attack from the Ukrainian military. At that point, we stepped away and witness this.
We zien hier de intense vuurgevechten bij de luchthaven bij Kiev.
Should we run that way? We've got to be mindful for the driver as well, okay? Let's move down this way against the wall.
I need to check the I need to check the feet.
It's okay, keep chill.
Назад ми не здамо.
Давай, виходь, давай. Голову, так? Рекорд сила! Прямо так? Голову, так? Все цело! Блядь, цело, вот, держи! Голову, так? Голову, так?
There is a historic war coming to the earth. A historic war, a terrible war coming to the earth. Big bombings and a lot of smoke. There was a lot of smoke and bombing and deaths.
Enrichment
ruthless attack on Ukraine's second largest city. Russia accused of using cluster munitions on a residential area of Kharkiv, home to 1.5 million people, 6 hours east of Kiev, the latest onslaught of the Russian invasion. Buildings set alight, homes obliterated, missiles pepper the city, sticking out of the dirt near a playground and lodged in the kitchen in the centre of an apartment complex.
Russia's assault on Ukraine is intensifying. This is Kharkiv in the east of Ukraine, and other footage raises questions about Russia's conduct. This attack may have been a cluster bomb. They're banned by many countries, though not by Russia or Ukraine. But Boris Johnson is clear on what we're seeing.
Vladimir Putin is prepared to use barbaric and indiscriminate tactics against innocent civilians.
Ukraine has accused Russia of using thermobaric weapons, also known as vacuum bombs, during its offensive. Vacuum bombs suck oxygen in from air to produce a high-temperature explosion that can vaporize human bodies. The blast wave these bombs create lasts significantly longer than conventional explosives.
An enormous explosion in Ukraine's second city region has been captured in chilling video footage. The blast is understood to have struck Chugev airfield in the Kharkiv region. In multiple clips of the incident shared on social media, a mammoth bright orange blast wave, which hangs in the air, is seen erupting over the night sky. It comes after the Ukrainian ambassador to the US Oksana Markarova said yesterday the Kremlin had used the devastating bombs, banned by the Geneva Convention, during airstrikes. Thermobaric or vacuum explosives, dubbed the father of all bombs, suck oxygen from the surrounding air to generate high-temperature explosions. They can vaporize the human body and were first developed by the Soviet Union and the US in the 1960s.
Other Russian attacks include this in the northeastern town of Oktyrka. Ukraine says 70 soldiers died and makes this claim.
They used the vacuum bomb today, which is actually prohibited by Geneva Convention.
Vacuum bombs ignite a fireball that sucks in all surrounding oxygen. They're a thermobaric weapon whose use is condemned by the international community. This is verified footage of an airstrike on Friday. Now the city's encircled. To hold it under siege would be a war crime. But even if a war crime has been committed, justice is a long road. It could come via the International Criminal Court in The Hague. Its prosecutor says, "I am satisfied that there's reasonable basis to believe that both alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed in Ukraine."
Our goal is to protect the Russian Federation from military threats from the Western states, which are trying to use Ukrainians in the fight against our country. I would like to emphasize that we only strike military targets and only with high-precision weapons. The Ukrainian side does not shy away from using peaceful civilians as a human shield.
Over the weekend, the Russian leader putting his nuclear deterrent forces on high alert for the first time in nearly 50 years, claiming NATO countries were making aggressive statements against Russia.
Чревато и чем это грозит для всех. Сейчас мы слышим, что нужно сделать бесполетную зону на территории Украины. Сделать это невозможно на самой территории Украины. Можно только с территории каких-то соседних государств. Но любое движение в этом направлении будет нами рассматриваться как участие в вооруженном конфликте той страны, с территории которой будут создаваться угрозы для наших военнослужащих. Мы в эту же секунду будем рассматривать их как участниками военного конфликта. И уже все равно, какими там членами они являются.
Lavrov waarschuwt de Derde Wereldoorlog.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has issued a chilling warning that any impending world war will become nuclear and destructive.
Het zal zijn. Wij wachten even op de verbinding, zeggen de mensen.
дня семья президента
In het
Путина
weekend
была
werd de familie
эвакуирована в
van
специальный бункер,
president Poetin naar
подготовленный
een
на случай
speciale
ядерной
bunker
войны. Этот бункер находится на территории
vertrokken.
Республики Алтай.
De
Это на самом деле не бункер, это целый подземный город,
Het is geen
оборудованный
bunker,
по
maar een hele
последнему слову
ondergrondse
науки и
stad
техники.
met de
Я
laatste
надеюсь, вам это о чем-то говорит.
technologieën. Ik
Если
hoop
президент отправляет свою семью
dat de president zijn familie naar een bunker stuurt. Poetin verbergt zijn familie in een nucleaire bunker, beweert een Russische professor.
There is a historic war coming to the earth. I have seen a terrible war coming to the earth. There was a lot of smoke and bombing and deaths. Tank bombings and a lot of smoke and a lot of gunfire. A lot of war, a lot of gunfire, a lot of missiles, attack helicopters, the strike aircrafts, and it was just unbelievable.
Kiev this morning is staring down the barrel of a Russian assault column that's reportedly up to 40 miles long. Satellite images confirm it's big, deadly, and dangerous, with hundreds of armored vehicles, tanks, and towed artillery, and that it's heading toward the capital of 3 million people. Russia seems to be changing tactics. So far, Russia has been using small group attacks with incursions into towns and cities, which the Ukrainian military has been able to repel with brave and determined resistance. What's coming looks more like old, blunt Russian siege warfare. It's already happening outside of Kiev, with Russian forces attacking Mariupol in the south, home to 500,000 people, with tragic consequences and disturbing images emerging.
Satellite images show a Russian military convoy getting closer to Kyiv from the north. The head of the convoy most recently observed at an airport fewer than 20 miles from the city center.
Yeah, very sobering images that are coming out this morning, giving an indication of the might of the Russian forces that are amassed just north of the capital, Kiev, and still heading down there. Those images show what we believe was a main armoured division yesterday that was certainly a few miles long. It's now put at more than 40 miles long.
En 6 maanden eerder zeiden de grote profeten in een profetie dat de Russische Alpha-gevechtsvliegtuigen zouden beginnen met de aanval op Oekraïne.
The fighter aircrafts.
Hata hivyo niliona zile ndege za kivita.
Those Alpha strike aircraft, they're called Alpha strike aircrafts.
Zile ndege speciali kabisa za kivita.
The ones that strike, they go fast into the enemy territory.
Zile ambazo zinapiga zinaenda kwa haraka kabisa katika eneo la adui.
Even those pilots, they go on what we call suicidal missions.
Hata wale marubani wanaenda katika misheni ambazo zinaitwa misheni za kujiua.
Because they are the ones who go normally and knock down the anti-aircraft missiles and all of them, the batteries, wherever they are. First of all, disarm them, knock them down.
Kwa sababu hao ndio ambao wanaenda na kutegua yale makombora ya kivita.
The anti-aircraft missiles and the batteries, wherever they are located, they are the ones that know them and they go and knock them out first before the other fleet now come.
Zile ndio ambao wanategua zile ndege ambazo ni za makombora, hao ndio ambao wanaenda na kuzitegua kabisa kabla zije.
En op 22 februari 2022.
This is an ABC News special report.
Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the largest invasion of a neighboring country in Europe since World War II. The Russian military attacking from the south, the north, the east, taking out military installations and moving closer tonight on strategic cities.
We saw fighter jets flying over the city this morning as emergency air raid sirens wailed.
Terwijl de Russen thermobarische wapens hebben gebruikt tegen Oekraïne. En 6 maanden eerder waarschuwden de 2 grootste profeten van de Heer dat de Russische speciale troepen zouden aanvallen met vele helikopters.
I have seen a terrible war coming to the earth.
Lakini nimeona vita kali kabisa ambalo linakuja duniani.
In fact, I saw the fighter aircrafts.
Hata hivyo niliona zile ndege za kivita.
Those Alpha Strike aircraft, they're called Alpha Strike aircrafts.
Zile ndege speciali kabisa za kivita.
The ones that strike, they go first into the enemy territory.
Zile ambazo zinapiga zinaenda kwa haraka kabisa katika eneo la adui.
Even those pilots, they go on what we call suicidal missions.
Hata wale marubani wanaenda katika misheni ambazo zinaitwa misheni za kujiua.
Because they are the ones who go normally and knock down the anti-aircraft missiles and all of them, the batteries, wherever they are. First of all, disarm them, knock them down.
Kwa sababu hao ndio ambao wanaenda na kutegua yale makombora ya kivita.
The anti-aircraft missiles and the batteries, wherever they are located, they are the ones that know them and they go and knock them out first before the other fleet now come.
Zile ndio ambao wanategua zile ndege ambazo ni za makombora, hao ndio ambao wanaenda na kuzitegua kabisa kabla zije. Niliona hizo ndege za kivita zikienda.
And then I saw the special operation forces in attack, the strike helicopters going also.
Halafu nikaenda zile ndege speciali kabisa katika vikosi, zile helikopta za kulipua.
The Russian invasion was launched with terrifying speed and against a wide range of targets right across the country. The long military build-up around Ukraine's borders finally unleashed by order of the Kremlin. Helicopter gunships, fighter jets, missiles, tanks, convoys of armored vehicles are all involved in what Russia calls a military operation.
Vele Russische aanvalshelikopters steken de grens met Oekraïne.
Дом летает, охраняет, как комаров.
And then I saw the special operation forces in attack, the strike helicopters going also.
En toen zag ik de speciale gevechtstroepen, de gevechtshelikopters ook gaan.
And then I saw the special operation forces in attack, the strike helicopters going also.
De speciale gevechtstroepen in aanval, de gevechtshelikopters. En 1 jaar en 1 maand eerder waarschuwden de grootste profeten van de Heer dat Rusland beslag zou leggen op Oekraïne omdat zij dezelfde levensstijl en taal hadden.
The Lord spoke with me.
De Heer sprak met mij.
See a border dispute.
Ik zie
a territorial dispute.
Conflicten.
I see a territorial dispute that is coming. One country trying to take part of another country and trying to annex
land probeert een deel van een ander land te annexeren. Want ze zeiden nee, want ze spreken onze taal. Die mensen in dat gebied spreken onze taal. Zij leven zoals ons. En op 23 februari 2022, 1 jaar en 1 maand later.
I would like to reiterate that Ukraine is just not our neighboring country. It's an integral part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space. Ukraine, from the beginning and in its totality, has been created by Russia.
In a lengthy televised address, a visibly angry Putin described Ukraine as an integral part of Russia's history, calling eastern Ukraine ancient Russian land, and said he was confident the Russian people would support his decision.
Putin carved up Ukraine, which he described as a long-lost piece of Russia. Let me emphasize once again that Ukraine for us is not just a neighboring country. It is an integral part of our own history, culture, and spiritual space, he said. These are our comrades and relatives.
We've seen Russia's attempts to change the borders of another sovereign country by force.
what President Putin has said loudly and clearly, and is now demonstrated by the actions that Russia has taken, is that what this is about for him is Ukraine being absorbed in one fashion or another into Russia. He sees Ukraine as having no independent existence. He wants to reincorporate it into an empire.
Yesterday, Vladimir Putin recognized 2 regions of Ukraine as independent states. And he bizarrely asserted that these regions are no longer part of Ukraine and their sovereign territory. To put it simply, Russia just announced that it is carving out a big chunk of Ukraine. Last night, Putin authorized Russian forces to deploy into these regions. Today, he asserted that these regions are actually extend deeper than the 2 areas he recognized, claiming large areas currently under the jurisdiction of the Ukrainian government. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law, and it demands a firm response from the international community.
En de 2 grootste, meest vreeswekkende conflicten van de wereld, geboden de VN om bijeen te komen.
I see a territorial dispute that is coming. One country trying to annex part of another country, and they are saying no because they speak our language. Those people in that area speak our language. Those people in that area, they live like this, like us. They speak our language. So I see a territorial dispute that is coming. I see the UN involvement.
Oneenigheid over gebied en de betrokkenheid van de VN. Met deze woorden wachten de grootste conflicten van de wereld de VN letterlijk bij elkaar ontmoeten. 20 februari 2022 de VN-veiligheidsraad.
An emergency meeting called at Kiev's request. Members of the UN Security Council condemned Russia's move to recognize independence of breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine. In doing so, the US said Vladimir Putin had torn the Minsk agreement to shreds.
The UN Security Council convened for an emergency meeting in New York last night. Russia's actions were denounced by several council members, including U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
He calls them peacekeepers. This is nonsense. We know what they really are. This move by President Putin is clearly the basis for Russia's attempt to create a pretext for a further invasion of Ukraine.
It's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about the escalation.
Too late.
The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? Ambassador, shall I do that right now, or you can confirm it?
Video afspelen.
Do not interrupt me, please. Thank you.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking. Proceed with your statement.
Anyway, you declared the war. It is the responsibility of this body to stop the war.
Dus de
So
verantwoordelijkheid
I call on every one of you
de oorlog te stoppen.
To do everything possible to stop the war.
Om alles wat mogelijk is te doen om de oorlog te stoppen. 24 februari 2022 VN-vergadering.
We are seeing the greatest massing of troops, of missiles, of artillery, and of aircraft capability since 1945. It's clear that the Russian Federation's actions directly threaten this sovereignty, this territorial integrity of Ukraine. We all, each and every one of us, has an obligation to uphold the territorial integrity of other states, to oppose invasions, and to insist on the peaceful resolution of disputes.
Russia's actions are an unprovoked violation of international law, of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a direct contradiction of the Minsk agreements. Russia's aggression not only threatens all of Ukraine, but every member state and the UN itself. Unfortunately, the fake reality Russia wants to create is already having real consequences for the people of Ukraine and for the world. To date, Russia's war in eastern Ukraine has already killed more than 14,000 people, nearly 3 million Ukrainians, half of whom are elderly people and children, need food, shelter, and other life-saving assistance. And of course, ordinary Russians should be asking how many Russian lives Putin is willing to sacrifice to feed his ambitions. If Russia continues down this path, it could, according to our estimates, create a new refugee crisis, one of the largest facing the world today, with as many as 5 million more people displaced by Russia's war of choice and putting pressure on Ukraine's neighbors. What we can do together today is make clear that Russia will pay an even steeper price if it continues this aggression.
En 26 februari 2022,
The United Nations Security Council emergency session made it clear that Russia is waging this war on its own.
Russia is isolated. It has no support for the invasion of Ukraine.
President Putin chose to drop bombs on Kyiv, to force families to stuff their lives into backpacks and shelter in subway stations.
But Russia vetoed a demand to immediately withdraw all troops. The measure will now be taken to the full 193-member General Assembly, where only a simple majority is needed to pass.
A special emergency session of the UN General Assembly. All 193 member states will have the opportunity to express their views on the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
The United Nations General Assembly session witnessed it was the first such session in 40 years, a rare emergency session, only the 11th in United Nations history. It opened with the members observing a minute of silence for Ukraine.
Although Russian strikes are reportedly largely targeting Ukrainian military facilities, we have credible accounts of residential buildings, critical civilian infrastructure, and other non-military targets sustaining heavy damage. This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough.
The Ukrainian ambassador accused Russia of killing hundreds of Ukrainians. The ambassador added that Russia is mounting an offensive while negotiations were still underway. Ukraine also called Russia's nuclear alert threat madness, quote unquote.
President Zelensky today addressed an emergency session of the European Parliament.
We are fighting.
We vechten.
Just for our land.
Voor ons land.
And for our freedom.
En voor onze vrijheid.
Despite the fact
that
all large cities of our country are now
blocked. Alle steden van ons land
Nobody
geblokkeerd zijn.
Is going to enter and intervene with our freedom and country. And believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, it's going to be called, as today, Freedom Square in every city of our country. Nobody's going to break us. We're strong. We're Ukrainians. I'm happy that we have unified today, all of you, all the countries of the European Union. But I did not know, but this is the price they will have to pay. And it's a tragedy for me, a tragedy for every Ukrainian, tragedy for our state. I mean, this high price, very high price. Thousands of people who were killed. 2 revolutions, 1 war.
5 days of full-scale invasion.
He received a standing ovation. Compare that response to this. There was a mass walkout from the United Nations Human Rights Council during a speech by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, during which he seemed to give a new justification for the invasion of Ukraine.
Today, the dangers that Zelensky's regime poses to neighboring countries and international security in general have increased significantly after the authorities based in Kyiv started playing dangerous games linked to plans to acquire their own nuclear weapons. We cannot but respond to this real danger.
UN has to take a very strong stance in defense of its own principles, of the UN Charter, because what Russia did to Ukraine is an attack on the UN foundations, on the foundations of our cooperation. It's an attack on all 192 except Russia.
Ukrainian women and Ukrainian children are in deep fear because of bombs and missiles which are going from the sky. And Ukrainian people are desperately asking for the West to protect our sky. We are asking for the no-fly zone. We are saying response that it will trigger World War III. But what is the alternative, Mr. Prime Minister? To observe how our children are, instead of planes, are protecting NATO from the missiles and bombs? What's the alternative for the no-fly zone? We have planes here, we have air defense system in Poland, in Romania. NATO has this air defense. At least this air defense could shield the Western Ukraine. NATO is not willing to defend because NATO is afraid of World War III, but it is already started. And these are Ukrainian children who are there taking the hit. You're talking about more sanctions, Prime Minister, but Roman Abramovich is not sanctioned. He's in London. His children are not in the bombardments. His children are there in London. Putin's children are in Netherlands, in Germany, in mansions. Where are all these mansions seized? I don't see that. I see that my family members and my team members are saying that we are crying. We don't have where to run. This is what is happening, Prime Minister.
Look, I just want to say that I'm acutely conscious that there is not enough that we can do as the UK government to help in the way that you want. And I've got to be honest about that. And when you talk about the no-fly zone, as I said to Volodymyr Zelensky, I think a couple of times, unfortunately the implication of that is that the UK would be engaged in shooting down Russian planes, would be engaged in direct combat with Russia. That's not something that we can do or that we've envisaged. And I think the consequences of that would be truly very, very difficult to control.
De snelst groeiende vluchtelingencrisis in Europa.
A lot of people running and being refugees, pouring their things out into a refugee camp, and they were looking for food, opening cans, and eating old soup and whatever. It was such a situation.
Europe is experiencing the fastest growing refugee crisis since World War II. According to the UN, 2 million refugees have left the country. And a spokesperson for UNICEF says that includes 1 million children.
As the Russian invasion intensifies in Ukraine, more than 2 million refugees have now fled the country, according to the United Nations. Ukrainian officials say humanitarian corridors have now opened to evacuate civilians from 5 key cities.
Civilians in Ukraine are desperate to flee the violence, with hundreds killed and hundreds more injured. Nearly 2 million refugees have now crossed the border, almost half of them children.
Hundreds of people took shelter in a subway, really making it a makeshift bomb shelter, taking shelter from those explosions. The Red Cross and the UN's refugee agency saying that they are prepared to help the people trying to flee.
Arriving in neighboring countries with little more than a suitcase. In Romania, in Moldova, where they've built a tent city, women and children finally safe with a warm meal, a place to rest. But as the waves of refugees keep coming, a flood of kindness. Hundreds of volunteers handing out soup, offering rides, and a place to stay.
Take a look at this video of people appearing to pack what they can, leave via bus, train, or car.
In their thousands, they descended on the central railway station, trying to get seats on any train heading south. Guards firing into the air, trying to maintain order. It rarely works with people already traumatized. It was chaotic and desperate, but that is what it's like here now. The fear of the unknown is what's so difficult for the people. Ukraine is holding its breath while the world watches on.
Neighboring countries, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Germany, Romania, the Czech Republic, they are all prepared to help those refugees.
A lot of people running and being refugees, pouring their things out into a refugee camp, and they were looking for food, opening cans and eating old soup and whatever. It was such a situation, opening cans and eating old soup and whatever. It was such a situation.
Hundreds of volunteers handing out soup.
Well, here are his people, protesting in the streets of Moscow just today under the threat of arrest. They're chanting, "No more war." And this is St. Petersburg, hundreds of miles away. As expected and true to historical pattern, the police arrested more than 1,600 protesters across Russia.
This rally was just outside the White House in Lafayette Park. People around the world also showing their support for Ukraine. Demonstrators gathered in central London to denounce the actions of Russian President Vladimir Putin. And a similar scene was in Rome, people taking to the streets, waving flags and banners there. And in the country of Georgia, take a look at this, thousands protesting in the capital of Tbilisi. They're calling for an end to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Support Ukraine! USA, support Ukraine! USA, support Ukraine!
Melbourne, Australië. Tel Aviv, Israël. Seoul, Zuid-Korea.
This is a deliberate, cold-blooded and long-planned invasion.
Een lang geplande invasie.
Despite its litany of lies, denials and disinformation, the Kremlin's intentions are clear for the world to see.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war. And now he and his country will bear the consequences. This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I'm going to begin to impose sanctions in response. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law, and it demands a firm response from the international community.
President Putin launched the greatest threat to European stability since World War II.
History will judge President Putin as harshly as the world condemns him today. Today, he cements his place in the ranks of the reviled European dictators.
Innumerable missiles and bombs have been raining down on an entirely innocent population. A vast invasion is underway.
We condemn this barbaric attack and the cynical arguments to justify it. It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe.
Ukraine says more than 2,000 civilians are confirmed dead. Though the real toll could be much higher and only the beginning.
De aantal zal veel hoger zijn.
Messiah is coming, blessed people.
Messias komt gezegend.
May you be wise. May your wisdom not fail you on this
one.
Because remember, eternity is a very long time.
De eeuwigheid is een hele lange tijd.
On every occasion when I come before you and speak, you're the nations of the earth.
Als ik voor u kom, spreek ik de volken
and
de aarde.
repent, run and kneel down and repent and receive Christ and be holy and prepare.
En heilig zijn en u
Life on the earth, essentially, the Lord is saying, He has brought the entire earth under the jurisdiction of the word, of the tongue of His prophet.
De hele aarde onder de
That is very clear now.
rechtsgebied van de tong van de profeten.
To take gravity at my words
U moet
and begin to repent and prepare for the coming of the Messiah.
En u gereed maken voor de
Everything
komst
that
van de
needs to be
Messias.
spoken, everything that ought to be spoken, in preparing the way for the glorious coming of the Messiah, I have spoken. And I've been faithful to speak exactly as God the Father has instructed. May those who have ears prepare and prepare the way for the coming of the Messiah. Thank you. The Lord bless
Maak
you.
voor de verheerlijkte komst van de Messias. Dank u. Ja, de landen zich bekeren. Bereid de weg. De Messias komt. breaking news. De 2 meest ontzagwekkende profeten van de Heer treffen de aarde met een enorme tsunami. En het begon allemaal op 3 oktober 2021. De Tonga tsunami 2022. Profetie en vervulling.
Well, blessed people, the Lord Jehovah has spoken with me.
Jehovah heeft met mij gesproken.
The Lord has spoken to me about
De Heer heeft met mij
an
gesproken
ocean coming out. I see people
een
running.
oceaan die naar buiten komt.
There is
Ik
a
zie
tsunami
mensen
that's
rennen.
going to come. That means
Er
there's
is
going
een
to be an
tsunami die
earthquake
komt. Dat betekent dat er een
that will hit
aardbeving
the
komt
bottom of an
die
ocean.
de bodem van
And
de
I see
oceaan zal
people running.
treffen. En ik zie mensen
I see
rennen.
them running for their life.
Ik zie mensen rennen voor hun
And I see
levens.
the ocean coming out.
En ik zie de oceaan naar buiten komen.
And a lot of people running.
En vele mensen
A
rennen.
tsunami chasing them.
Een tsunami die hen
And they're
najaagt.
running, trying to lock their...
En zij
He has
rennen.
put me there and I've run
En hij heeft mij daar
for my
neergezet.
life
En
with
ik
them.
rende voor mijn
Not the way the
leven
Lord
met
speaks in
hem.
the servant.
Zo spreekt de Heer met zijn
And
dienaar.
so,
En dus,
after doing so, then the Lord
hij zo
brought
te
me
doen, bracht de
to
Heer
stand near that ocean.
om in die
And
oceaan te
he
staan.
asked me to
En hij vroeg mij
strike that ocean
om die
with the
oceaan te
judgment of the
treffen
Lord.
met de oordeel van de Heer.
Then, exactly as I saw the ocean chasing them, the ocean began to chase people strictly at the word of my tongue.
Strikt enkel gebaseerd op de
I
woorden van
passed the
mijn tong.
judgment of the Lord on that nation, and the ocean came out.
Gebood ik
Those
het
people are
oordeel op de
light-skinned
land.
people.
Deze mensen zijn licht,
That area is light-skinned people. So
mensen
there
met
is a
een lichte
very
huid.
severe storm that is going to come from
Een
the ocean.
ernstige storm die uit de oceaan zal komen.
I do not know whether it's an earthquake strike the bottom of an ocean,
Aardbeving is
or
die
it's
de
coming
bodem
as
van
an
de
ocean
oceaan
storm. But a lot of people running. I have been running. The Lord put me there. I ran for my life.
De Heer
Together with them, they were trying to lock their
rende voor
shops,
mijn
lock their
leven.
houses.
Ze probeerden de
And people are
huizen
running for their lives.
dicht te doen, de winkels en mensen renden voor hun levens. En opnieuw, 3 november 2021.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth.
Ik zie een tsunami naar de aarde komen. En opnieuw op 3 december 2021.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth soon.
Ik zie een tsunami spoedig naar de aarde komen. En uiteindelijk op 15 januari 2022. In een rapport van 3 maanden later. Deze ontzagwekkende profetie werd het meest bewijzen in de wijze vervuld. Toen de 2 grootste profeten van de Heer letterlijk de bodem van de stille oceaan schudden. De werelds grootste, diepste oceaan. En door de zware wateren van de stille oceaan een enorme wereldwijde tsunami creëren. In de stille oceaan, Atlantische Oceaan. En de woorden,
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin this morning with breaking news. A tsunami advisory is now in effect for the entire U.S. West Coast and Alaska. This comes after an underwater volcanic eruption overnight in the South Pacific. Look at this video. Incredible satellite images showing a massive ash cloud and shock waves. The eruption happened near the island nation of Tonga. A tsunami, as you can see in this video, has already hit the largest island there, sending waves flooding into the capital, inundating the coastline.
Tsunamis were detected not just in the Pacific, but in the Atlantic, Caribbean, and Mediterranean as well.
The series of dramatic events started when scientists registered a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Tonga. The next day, scientists recorded a second 4.5 magnitude earthquake. And the volcano exploded.
The volcano spewed mushroom-shaped smoke that reached a height of 40 kilometers during its eruption.
Tongans are on the beach to film the first waves hit the coast. They record the tsunami as it surges through streets near the capital, Nuku'alofa, catching some people inside, while others scramble for higher ground. Only minutes before the waves arrive, Tongans hear the volcano explode.
A second eruption Sunday triggered tsunami warnings in the region.
This woman is in a church in the village of Patanata. She's talking to friends on her phone. They tell her to leave. I can't go, she says. The water's too high outside. The church is right on the beach, and more waves wash inside as she records. Others want to save property. Several try to free up this car on the beach. But then they scramble back as a wave takes the car. These pictures are from the New Zealand High Commission.
Described as the most violent eruption captured on satellite with the equivalent force of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake. At sea level, the eruption resembled a mushroom cloud, a mass of steam, ash and rock surging out of the ocean 20 kilometres into the air. Within 20 minutes, a rush of waves hit the tiny island nation. Startled locals rushed to find higher ground as water crashed its way through. A river flooding streets and buildings, including this church. Some were caught out by the rising tide. This volcano erupted with a rude shock in the late afternoon local time.
My hand is shaking. What are we gonna do?
There is a tsunami that's going to come. That means there's going to be an
tsunami die komt, dat betekent dat er een
that will
aardbeving
hit
zal
the
zijn.
bottom of an ocean,
Die de
strike the bottom of an ocean.
oceaan zal treffen.
The series of dramatic events started when scientists registered a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Tonga. The next day, scientists recorded a second 4.5 magnitude earthquake. And the volcano exploded.
En de vulkaan explodeerde.
An underwater volcanic eruption on Saturday triggered tsunami warnings across the Pacific Rim.
That massive undersea volcanic eruption and the tsunami that followed.
An underwater volcano erupted off the islands of Tonga. It caused an enormous tsunami with waves that travelled as far as New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Peru and the US.
The violent eruption of an underwater volcano near Tonga in the South Pacific triggered a tsunami that furiously hit the coasts of this small nation and set off alarms in other countries.
A tsunami warning has been issued for parts of eastern Australia after an underwater volcano erupted off Tonga in the South Pacific. This
This once bustling port, now buried in ash and dust. A lush green neighborhood, now just a sea of gray. The island that surrounded the underwater volcano before its eruption, now seemingly gone. The ash that now covers the islands, creating a crisis.
En de 2 megaprofeten van de Heer waarschuwden dat het tsunami naar de aarde kwam.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth soon.
Ninaona tsunami ikija duniani hivi karibuni. Naar de aarde komen. En op 15 januari 2022. Inderdaad, de tsunami was zo enorm dat het een wereldwijd tsunami-alarm triggerde.
A prelude to a violent eruption. On Friday, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcano sent plumes of smoke and ash shooting into the sky. In an explosion so powerful, it sent shockwaves around the world.
And from this tiny speck in the Pacific Ocean, shockwaves across the globe. Tsunami warnings were issued for Pacific islands including Fiji, Samoa, Hawaii and Norfolk and Lord Howe Islands, along with the Australian East Coast, Japan, the US and Canadian Pacific Coast. The impact stretched to New Zealand, Ecuador, Peru and Chile. Those shockwaves travelled at more than 1,000 kilometres an hour, reaching almost 7,000 kilometres to Perth, with the sonic boom heard in Alaska, almost 10,000 kilometres away. Tsunami sirens were heard in Ecuador. A 2-metre tidal surge and large waves washing ashore sank a number of boats and damaged others at a marina in New Zealand's far north.
This boat sunk all through the harbour. It's unbelievable.
So fierce was the eruption that tsunami warnings were issued across the Pacific, including in Samoa, Australia, Japan, Hawaii, Chile, and the US Pacific coast. Evacuations were ordered in parts of Japan after coastal waves were detected, and Hawaii was slammed by waves of up to 2 feet.
Well, the world has seen and felt the shockwaves of a massive underwater volcano on the doorstep of the Pacific island of Tonga.
This volcanic eruption in Tonga was so powerful that the impact was felt 10,000 kilometers away in Peru. The waves battered boats in Japan and New Zealand. Floods lashed Fiji, Chile, and Ecuador too.
From Japan to New Zealand, littered with sunken fishing boats, the powerful waves tossing them like toys.
The underwater eruption was so powerful that it was detected around the world.
Storm stretching from Albury through to Port Macquarie.
We turn now to that rare tsunami advisory for the entire North American West Coast from Alaska to California. And take a look at these images from Pacifica, California, showing waves crashing into the shoreline.
En de grootste, meest verheerlijkte profeten van de Heer geboden letterlijk de stille oceaan naar buiten te komen en mensen na te jagen.
And I see the ocean coming out.
En ik zie de oceaan naar buiten komen.
And a lot of people running.
En vele mensen rennen.
A tsunami chasing them.
Een tsunami die hen najaagt.
The Lord has spoken to me about
de Heer heeft me
an ocean coming out. I see people running.
Een oceaan die naar buiten komt. Ik zie mensen rennen. En op 15 januari 2022 vluchten vele mensen letterlijk voor hun levens over de hele wereld.
This desperate mum then rushes to gather her children.
Everybody get up. Let's go. Just get up.
Get out!
Her anxiety rising with every passing second.
The volcano is erupting. It keeps erupting. Get up! Let's go far from here.
And police are asking people to move to higher ground.
In Peru, tsunami waves crashed through a market, washing away stalls and goods, sending panicked shoppers running in fear of what might come next.
Stay out of the water, off the beach, and away from the coast. Waarschuwingen. De kracht en de enormiteit van deze woorden is verbazend. De enorme explosie die de twee mega-profeten van Yahweh 3 oktober 2021 was de grootste vulkanische explosie van de 21ste eeuw. Met een knal 1200 keer sterker dan de Hiroshima-explosie.
On January 15th, 2022, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano in the nation of Tonga produced its most powerful eruption ever recorded.
Scientists are starting to take the measure of the monster volcanic eruption that rocked the South Pacific Kingdom of Tonga earlier this month. The high end of the Tonga volcano estimate is equivalent to about 1,200 Hiroshima bombs.
The eruption is one of the loudest even to occur in more than 100 years. Another study has revealed that the eruption created ripples in Earth's atmosphere. Researchers said that they had never seen anything similar to these powerful waves ringing through the atmosphere.
It set off a lightning storm that lasted 7 hours and had 400,000 strikes.
The generation of the tsunami was associated with one of the largest volcanic explosions ever recorded. NASA scientists estimate that this explosion was just as powerful as the simultaneous detonation of 10 million tons of TNT.
Volcanic eruption near Tonga more powerful than nuclear bomb. The shock wave produced by the explosion, as well as the unusual nature of the tsunamis it generated, will have scientists studying the event for years.
The eruption of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano was so powerful that space satellites captured an atmospheric shockwave that radiated out from the volcano at close to the speed of sound.
Scientists say Saturday's eruption could be the worst volcanic eruption the Pacific has experienced in decades. Not even the volcanic island itself was spared. Satellite imagery shows it has now largely sunk into the sea.
Zeeland.
Crude oil washing ashore after a devastating spill along the Peruvian coast near Lima. The tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption near Tonga on January 15th apparently ruptured an underwater pipeline as a Spanish Repsol oil tanker was unloading crude at a refinery, causing the disaster.
An investigation is underway. Authorities say the challenge to contain and clean the estimated 6,000 barrels dumped will be impossible to accomplish. On Thursday, President Pedro Castillo declared the environmental emergency, describing the oil spill as the most worrying ecological disaster in recent times.
De weg. De Messias komt. Baanbrekend nieuws. De twee meest ontzagwekkende profeten van de Here treffen de aarde met een enorme tsunami. En het begon allemaal op 3 oktober 2021. De Tonga-tsunami. Profetie en vervulling.
Well, blessed people, the Lord Jehovah has spoken to me.
Jehovah heeft met mij gesproken.
The Lord has spoken to me about
de Heer heeft met mij
an
gesproken.
ocean coming out. I see people running.
Een oceaan die naar
There
buiten
is a
komt.
tsunami that's going to come. That means there's going to be
Er is
an
een
earthquake
tsunami die komt. Dat betekent
that
dat er
will
een
hit the
aardbeving
bottom of
komt
an ocean.
Die de
And I
bodem
see
van een
people
oceaan
running.
zal treffen. En ik zie mensen
I see
rennen.
them running for their life.
Ik zie hen rennen voor hun
And
leven.
I see the ocean coming out.
En ik zie de oceaan naar buiten
And
komen.
a lot of people running.
En vele mensen
A
rennen.
tsunami chasing them.
Een tsunami die
And they're running, trying to lock their. He has put me there and I've run
En hij heeft mij daar neergezet en
for
ik
my life
rende
with them.
voor mijn
Not the way
leven
the
met
Lord
hem.
speaks in the
Zo
sermon.
spreekt de Heer met zijn dienaren.
And so,
En dus,
after doing so, then the Lord
na zo te
brought
doen,
me
bracht de Heer
to stand near that ocean.
om in die oceaan te staan.
And he asked me to
En hij vroeg
try
mij
that ocean
om die
with the
oceaan
judgment of the
te
Lord.
treffen met het oordeel van de
And
Heer.
then,
En toen,
exactly as I saw the ocean chasing them,
zo
the
zag ik de
ocean began to
oceaan
chase people
najagen.
strictly
De
at the
oceaan
word of
begon
my tongue.
mensen na te jagen enkel
I
gebaseerd
passed
op
the
de woorden van
judgment
mijn
of the
tong.
Lord on that nation, and the ocean came out.
Bracht ik het oordeel van de
Those
Heer
people
op
are
dit
light-skinned
land.
people.
Dat die mensen zijn licht,
That
mensen met
area
een
is
lichte
light-skinned
huid.
people.
Dat
So there is a
gebied heeft
very
mensen met
severe
een lichte
storm that is
huid.
going to come from the
Zoals
ocean.
een ernstige storm die uit de oceaan gaat komen.
I do not know whether it's
Ik
an
weet
earthquake
niet of
strike the
het een
bottom of an ocean
aardbeving is die de
or it's
bodem
coming
van
as
de
an ocean
oceaan
storm. But
treft.
a lot of
Als
people are running. I have been
het
running.
als
The Lord
oceaanstorm
put me
komt en
there, ran
vele
for my
mensen
life.
rennen. De Heer
Together with them, they were trying to
rennen.
lock their shops, lock their houses.
Ze
And people are
probeerden
running
huizen,
for their
winkels en
life.
huizen op slot te doen. En mensen renden voor hun leven. En opnieuw op 3 november 2021.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth.
Ik zie een tsunami naar de aarde komen. En opnieuw op 3 december 2021.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth soon.
Ik zie een tsunami spoedig naar de aarde komen. En eindelijk op 15 januari 2022. Een record van 3 maanden later. Deze vreeswekkende profetie werd op de meest verbijsterende wijze vervuld toen de 2 grootste profeten van de Heer letterlijk de bodem van de Stille Oceaan schudden. De werelds grootste, diepste oceaan. En door de hevige water van de Stille Oceaan heen duwde, een enorme wereldwijde tsunami creëerde in de Stille Oceaan, Atlantische Oceaan en de Mediterraanse Zee. En hun woorden de nieuwsheadlines.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin this morning with breaking news. A tsunami advisory is now in effect for the entire U.S. West Coast and Alaska. This comes after an underwater volcanic eruption overnight in the South Pacific. Look at this video. Incredible satellite images showing a massive ash cloud and shock waves. The eruption happened near the island nation of Tonga. A tsunami, as you can see in this video, has already hit the largest island there, sending waves flooding into the capital, inundating the coastline.
Tsunamis were detected not just in the Pacific, but in the Atlantic, Caribbean, and Mediterranean as well.
The series of dramatic events started when scientists registered the 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Tonga. The next day, scientists recorded a second 4.5 magnitude earthquake, and the volcano exploded.
The volcano spewed mushroom-shaped smoke that reached a height of 40 kilometers during its eruption.
Tongans are on the beach to film the first waves hit the coast. They record the tsunami as it surges through streets near the capital, Nuku'alofa, catching some people inside, while others scramble for higher ground. Only minutes before the waves arrive, Tongans hear the volcano explode.
A second eruption Sunday triggered tsunami warnings in the region.
This woman is in a church in the village of Patanata. She's talking to friends on her phone. They tell her to leave. I can't go, she says. The water's too high outside. The church is right on the beach, and more waves wash inside as she records. Others want to save property. Several try to free up this car on the beach. But then they scramble back as a wave takes the car. These pictures are from the New Zealand High Commission.
Described as the most violent eruption captured on satellite, with the equivalent force of a magnitude 5.8 earthquake. At sea level, the eruption resembled a mushroom cloud, a mass of steam, ash and rock surging out of the ocean 20 kilometres into the air. Within 20 minutes, a rush of waves hit the tiny island nation. Startled locals rushed to find higher ground as water crashed its way through. A river flooding streets and buildings, including this church. Some were caught out by the rising tide. This volcano erupted with a rude shock in the late afternoon local time.
My hand is shaking. What are we gonna do?
there is a tsunami that's going to come. That means there's going to be an
tsunami die komt. Dat betekent dat er een aardbeving zal zijn die de bodem van de oceaan zal treffen.
The series of dramatic events started when scientists registered a 5.8 magnitude earthquake in Tonga. The next day, scientists recorded a second 4.5 magnitude earthquake. And the volcano exploded.
An underwater volcanic eruption on Saturday triggered tsunami warnings across the Pacific Rim.
That massive undersea volcanic eruption and the tsunami that followed.
An underwater volcano erupted off the islands of Tonga. It caused an enormous tsunami with waves that travelled as far as New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Peru and the US.
The violent eruption of an underwater volcano near Tonga in the South Pacific triggered a tsunami that furiously hit the coasts of this small nation and set off alarms in other countries.
A tsunami warning has been issued for parts of eastern Australia after an underwater volcano erupted off Tonga in the South Pacific.
This once bustling port, now buried in ash and dust. A lush green neighborhood, now just a sea of grey. The island that surrounded the underwater volcano before its eruption, now seemingly gone. The ash that now covers the islands, creating a crisis.
En de 2 megaprofeten van de Heer waarschuwden dat de tsunami naar de aarde kwam.
I see a tsunami coming to the earth soon.
Ik zie een tsunami naar de aarde komen, spoedig. Op 15 januari was de tsunami inderdaad zo enorm dat het een wereldwijd tsunami-alarm triggerde.
A prelude to a violent eruption. On Friday, the Hunga-Tonga-Hunga-Hapai volcano sent plumes of smoke and ash shooting into the sky. In an explosion so powerful, it sent shockwaves around the world.
And from this tiny speck in the Pacific Ocean, shockwaves across the globe. Tsunami warnings were issued for Pacific islands including Fiji, Samoa, Hawaii and Norfolk and Lord Howe Islands, along with the Australian East Coast, Japan, the US and Canadian Pacific Coast. The impact stretched to New Zealand, Ecuador, Peru and Chile. Those shockwaves travelled at more than 1,000 kilometres an hour, reaching almost 7,000 kilometres to Perth, with a sonic boom heard in Alaska, almost 10,000 kilometres away. Tsunami sirens were heard in Ecuador. A 2-metre tidal surge and large waves washing ashore sank a number of boats and damaged others at a marina in New Zealand's far north.
This boat sunk all through the harbour. It's unbelievable.
So fierce was the eruption that tsunami warnings were issued across the Pacific, including in Samoa, Australia, Japan, Hawaii, Chile, and the US Pacific coast. Evacuations were ordered in parts of Japan after coastal waves were detected, and Hawaii was slammed by waves of up to 2 feet.
Well, the world has seen and felt the shockwaves of a massive underwater volcano on the doorstep of the Pacific island of Tonga.
This volcanic eruption in Tonga was so powerful that the impact was felt 10,000 kilometers away in Peru. The waves battered boats in Japan and New Zealand. Floods lashed Fiji, Chile, and Ecuador too.
From Japan to New Zealand, littered with sunken fishing boats, the powerful waves tossing them like toys.
The underwater eruption was so powerful that it was detected around the world.
thunderstorms stretching from Albury through to Port Macquarie.
We turn now to that rare tsunami advisory for the entire North American West Coast from Alaska to California. And take a look at these images from Pacifica, California, showing waves crashing into the shoreline.
En de grootste, meest verheerlijkte profetie van de Heer verboden letterlijk de stille oceaan naar buiten te komen en mensen na te jagen.
And I see the ocean coming out.
En ik zie de oceaan naar buiten komen.
And a lot of people running.
En vele mensen rennen.
The tsunami chasing them.
De tsunami jaagt erna.
The Lord has spoken to me about an ocean coming out. I see people running.
Over een oceaan die naar buiten komt. Ik zie mensen rennen. En op 15 januari 2022 vluchten vele mensen letterlijk voor hun levens over de hele wereld.
This desperate mum then rushes to gather her children.
Everybody get up. Let's go. Just get up. Get out.
Her anxiety rising with every passing second.
The volcano is erupting. It keeps erupting. Get up. Let's go far from here.
And police are asking people to move to higher ground.
In Peru, tsunami waves crash through a market, washing away stalls and goods, sending panicked shoppers running in fear of what might come next.
Tsunami advisory in effect. Stay out of the water, off the beach, and away from the coast.
De kracht en enormiteit van hun woorden is verduisterend. De enorme explosie die de 2 megaprofeten van Yahweh verboden dit te zijn op 3 oktober. Dat was de grootste vulkanische explosie van de 21ste eeuw. Met een knal 1200 keer sterker dan de Hiroshima-explosie.
On January 15th, 2022, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano in the nation of Tonga produced its most powerful eruption ever recorded.
Scientists are starting to take the measure of the monster volcanic eruption that rocked the South Pacific Kingdom of Tonga earlier this month. The high end of the Tonga volcano estimate is equivalent to about 1,200 Hiroshima bombs.
The eruption is one of the loudest eveners to occur in more than 100 years. Another study has revealed that the eruption created ripples in Earth's atmosphere. Researchers said that they had never seen anything similar to these powerful waves ringing through the atmosphere.
It set off a lightning storm that lasted 7 hours and had 400,000 strikes.
The generation of the tsunami was associated with one of the largest volcanic explosions ever recorded. NASA scientists estimate that this explosion was just as powerful as the simultaneous detonation of 10 million tons of TNT.
Volcanic eruption near Tonga more powerful than nuclear bomb. The shock wave produced by the explosion, as well as the unusual nature of the tsunamis it generated, will have scientists studying the event for years.
The eruption of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano was so powerful that space satellites captured an atmospheric shockwave that radiated out from the volcano at close to the speed of sound.
Scientists say Saturday's eruption could be the worst volcanic eruption the Pacific has experienced in decades. Not even the volcanic island itself was spared.
Ook het vulkanisch eiland zelf
shows it has now largely sunk into the sea.
Satellietbeelden laten zien dat het nu grotendeels in de oceaan gezonken is.
Crude oil washing ashore after a devastating spill along the Peruvian coast near Lima. The tsunami caused by the volcanic eruption near Tonga on January 15th apparently ruptured an underwater pipeline as a Spanish Repsol oil tanker was unloading crude at a refinery, causing the disaster. An investigation is underway. Authorities say the challenge to contain and clean the estimated 6,000 barrels dumped will be impossible to accomplish. On Thursday, President Pedro Castillo declared the environmental emergency, describing the oil spill as the most worrying ecological disaster in recent times.
Rijdt hij weg. De Messias komt. Baanbroek op de bus. De twee meest ontzagwekkende profeten van de leer treffen de aarde met een tsunami. En het begon allemaal op 3 oktober 2021. De Tonga-tsunami. Hartelijk welkom gezegende mensen in deze midweek verenigingsdienst. Blijf vooral kijken.
Well, blessed people, welcome to our midweek service tonight.
Vyema, watu wabarikiwa, karibuni katika ibada yetu ya katikati mwa wiki usiku wa leo.
Very, very powerful time in the life of the church.
Wakati wa nguvu kabisa katika maisha ya kanisa.
And today is a very power-packed service for you.
Na leo hii ni ibada yenye nguvu kabisa kabisa kwa ajili yenu.
If they reduce the sound of the background, then I'll be able to move on. Thank you. So, blessed people, welcome to our midweek service.
Watu wabarikiwa, karibuni kwenye ibada yetu ya katikati mwa juma.
And today we have such a power-packed service for you.
Na leo hii tunayo ibada yenye nguvu kabisa kwa ajili yenu.
We also have breaking news to bring you tonight.
Pia tunazo habari za kipaumbele kuwaletea usiku wa leo.
Of a lunatic and a crippled and lunatic at the same time that was healed yesterday.
Ya mtu ambaye alikuwa kiwete na pia mwenda wazimu kwa wakati mmoja ambaye aliponywa jana.
So this is the kind of service we have tonight, very powerful.
Hivyo basi hii ndio aina ya ibada tulionayo usiku wa leo ya nguvu kabisa.
And at the same time we've been talking about the message of the resurrection of the saints.
Na pia kwa wakati huo tumekuwa tukizungumza kuhusu ujumbe wa ufufuo wote ule,
which is going to continue tonight.
Ambao unaenda kuendelea usiku wa leo.
But I want to bring you some news that we have been having 2 days of conference with the bishops here.
Nataka kuwaletea habari ya kwamba tumekuwa na siku 2 za kongamano pamoja na maaskofu hapa.
The blessed senior archbishop led a delegation of select bishops here.
Askofu mkuu mbarikiwa aliongoza kikosi cha maaskofu ambao waliteuliwa kuja hapa.
And he chose them from different regions to be representative.
Aliwachagua kutoka maeneo tofauti tofauti ili kwamba kuwa wawakilishi.
And so it has been 2 days having this briefing with them.
Hivyo basi zimekuwa siku 2 za kuwa na maarifa haya pamoja nao.
And then after that I sent them to meet the authorities in this country.
Halafu baada ya hiyo nikawatuma ili wakutane na mamlaka katika taifa hili.
After the first day of conference briefing with them.
Baada ya siku ya kwanza ya kongamano na pia kuarifu.
And then the good news we have is that the authorities in this land,
na habari njema tulizo nazo ni ya kwamba mamlaka katika taifa hili
have finally agreed that this nation indeed needs a national day of repentance and reconciliation before the general elections. Thank you.
Hatimaye wamekubali ya kwamba kwa hakika taifa hili linahitaji siku ya toba, amani na maridhiano katika taifa hili kabla ya uchaguzi mkuu.
And so very, very powerful news right now, hope for Kenya.
Hivyo basi habari njema kabisa sasa hivi, tumaini kwa Kenya.
That now Kenya may be redeemed, may be saved from the destructive path she had followed.
Ili kwamba sasa Kenya wapate kuokolewa na kukombolewa kutokana na ile njia ya uharibifu ambayo walikuwa wamefuata.
And so, and the authorities said they are going to organize for the two prophets of the Lord a huge national day of repentance and reconciliation, and they are going to invite all the leaders and all the people.
Hivyo basi mamlaka wakasema kwamba wanaenda kuwapangia manabii wakuu wa kutisha wa utukufu sana wa Mungu Baba siku ya kitaifa ya toba, amani na maridhiano, na kwa hivyo wataita watu wote, viongozi wote, ili kwamba kuja katika mkutano huo.
And so that is the good news that came out of the 2 days conference we had with a select group of bishops.
Hivyo basi hizo ndizo habari njema ambazo zilitokana na ile kongamano ya siku 2 ambao tulikuwa nayo na wale maaskofu ambao walichaguliwa.
And so this is the good news I wanted to relate to you before we get started tonight.
Hivyo basi hizi ndizo habari njema nilitaka kuwafahamisha kabla tuanze usiku wa leo.
And it's a very powerful time indeed.
Na ni wakati wa nguvu kweli kweli.
In the life of Kenya also, that she is going to finally observe a national day of repentance.
Katika maisha ya Kenya pia, kwa sababu hatimaye sasa anaenda kuzingatia siku ya kitaifa ya toba.
And we are also very busy organizing the team of bishops that are coming with me to Angola for their National Day of Repentance.
Na pia tunashughulika sana kabisa tukipangilia kikundi cha maaskofu ambao wataambatana pamoja nami hadi Angola kwa ajili ya siku ya kitaifa ya toba.
And so this is a very powerful time in the life of the earth.
Hivyo huu ni wakati wa nguvu kabisa katika maisha ya dunia.
And it has been quite busy here. We have been with them until about 6 a.m. in the morning. It has been very busy, extremely busy, and preaching a message to them yesterday.
Na imekuwa yenye shughuli mingi kabisa. Tumekuwa pamoja na maaskofu hao hadi yapata leo hii saa 12 asubuhi na pia kuwahubiria ujumbe.
It has been very busy 2 days here.
Zimekuwa siku mbili zenye shughuli nyingi kabisa hapa.
And so, blessed people, we are trending number 1 globally. I've been told very powerfully.
Hivyo basi watu wabarikiwa, nimeambiwa kwamba tunaongoza nambari 1 kote duniani kwenye mtandao wa Twitter.
So tonight I want to continue. Before I bring you the breaking news, they can just flash it for you on the screen. You can see he was lunatic and totally crippled. If you see both the 2 screens, he was totally crippled and then lunatic, and you see tremendous.
Mnaona ya ajabu kabisa.
Togomin.
Kule Togomin.
And had a stiff neck, could not walk, could not do anything, could not go to the restroom, could not eat.
Alikuwa na shingo ambayo ilikuwa imekauka, hangeweza kutembea, hangeweza kusimama, hangeweza kukula kivyake, hangeweza kwenda choo kivyake.
This is the breaking news we're bringing you tonight after the message.
Hivyo basi hizi ndizo habari za kipaumbele ambazo nitawaletea usiku wa leo baada ya ujumbe.
Very mighty, very mighty. Give you the sound you hear a little bit before we get started. Totally sane now. So we'll come to you with that. And so tonight we have been looking at resurrection, the resurrection of the church.
Hivyo usiku wa leo tumekuwa tukiangazia kuhusu ufufuo wa kanisa.
And I told you that this conversation is a very important conversation.
Nami niliwaambia ya kwamba mazungumzo haya ni mazungumzo yaliyo nyeti kabisa.
Because the purpose for which the Lord is speaking this to you is because it is an awakening to the church.
Kwa sababu kusudi ambalo Bwana anazungumza pamoja nanyi kuhusiana na hii ni kwa maana ni mwamsho kwa kanisa.
That when this message of glorification and then resurrection that the Lord has spoken with me by voice comes to you, you would be awakened to the moment.
Ya kwamba wakati ambapo ujumbe huu kuhusu kutukuzwa na ujumbe kuhusu ufufuo ambao Bwana amenena pamoja nami kwa sauti na nikawalete ninyi, inapowafikia ninyi ikapate kuamsha.
And so that you may be able to take your Christian salvation much more seriously now.
Ili kwamba mpate kuchukua wokovu wenu wa Kikristo kwa njia iliyo nyeti sana zaidi sasa.
And also you understand that all this gravitates around the rapture of the church, the coming of the Messiah.
Na mweleo ya kwamba haya yote yanazungukia kuhusiana na unyakuzi wa kanisa, kuja kwa Masia.
So the Lord is urging the generation, this church, the church of this age.
Hivyo basi Bwana anakisihi kizazi hiki, kanisa hili, kanisa la majira haya,
the church of this generation, to now use this announcement to stop the abuse of the grace.
Kanisa la kizazi hiki ya kwamba sasa watumie tangazo hili ili kuachana na kuitusi neema.
And you also know very well
na pia tujue vyema kabisa
that the purpose for which the Lord is speaking with me on such tremendous messages of end time, glorification and resurrection,
ya kwamba sababu kwa nini Bwana anazungumza pamoja nami kuhusiana na ujumbe kuu namna hizi nyakati za mwisho, kuhusiana na kutukuzwa na pia ufufuo,
is because time is over.
Ni kwa sababu wakati umekwisha.
And the rapture of the church is near.
Na unyakuzi wa kanisa umekaribia.
And that the Lord wants to continue running the progression of the prophetic timeline of God towards the end of the age.
Na Bwana anataka kuendeleza yale matendo ya ratiba katika matendo wakati wa kiunabii, kalenda ya Mungu hadi mwisho wa nyakati.
He wants to redeem Israel,
anataka kuikomboa Israeli,
that he may bring Israel back to himself.
ili kwamba apate kuwarejesha Israeli kwake yeye mwenyewe.
And so the message I have is a very serious message.
Hivyo basi ujumbe nilionao ni ujumbe ulionyeti kabisa.
So let us have a worship song, then I'll come back to you.
Wacha tupate wimbo wa kuabudu alafu nitakuja kwenu.
Thank you.
Asanteni.
The book of John chapter 6.
Vyema, watu wabarikiwa, kitabu cha Yohana sura ya 6.
John chapter 6, if you turn with me there.
Yohana sura ya 6, mkigeuka pamoja nami pale.
I guess we have had 2 very intensive days here.
Na kisha kwamba tumekuwa na siku mbili nzito kabisa hapa.
So I feel a little exhausted tonight. I think I'm not going to continue tonight.
Na hisi nimechoka kidogo usiku wa leo, hivyo basi nahisi kwamba sitaendelea usiku wa leo.
Because it's been marathon up to 4 in the morning the other day. Yesterday it's up to 6 in the morning, 7. Rather today in the morning really.
Kwa sababu imekuwa yenye kasi kabisa na uzito kabisa. Jana ilikuwa mpaka saa 10 usiku. Hivyo basi na leo imekuwa mpaka saa 12 asubuhi kwa siku hizi mbili mfululizo.
So I'm not able to come to you with this very important message. I want to gather my strength first. Then I'll come to you probably on Friday.
Hivyo basi sitaweza kuja na ujumbe huu ulionyeti kwenu ninyi saa hizi usiku wa leo. Pengine nitakuja kwenu siku ya Ijumaa.
But the Bible says the book of John chapter 6.
Lakini Biblia inasema kwenye kitabu cha Yohana sura ya 6.
And this is the will of him who sent me.
Na haya ndiyo mapenzi yake yeye aliyenituma.
That I shall loose down of those he has given me,
ili nisimpoteze hata mmoja wa wale aliyenipa,
but raise them up at the last day.
bali niwafufue katika siku ya mwisho.
And then he goes on to say in verse 44,
halafu anaendelea kusema kwenye mstari wa 44,
no one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws them.
hakuna mtu awezaye kuja kwangu kama asipovutwa na Baba aliyenituma.
And then he goes on to say,
halafu anaendelea kusema,
and I will raise them up at the last day.
nami nitawafufua siku ya mwisho.
And so, blessed people,
kwa hivyo watu wabarikiwa,
the Messiah is coming.
Masia yuaja.
I have seen the coming of the Messiah.
Nimeona kuja kwa Masia.
And that's why the Lord has sent me to you.
Ndio sababu Bwana amenituma kwenu.
And so now,
na kwa hivyo sasa,
the message that I wanted to give you contains an aspect of how I interact with the archangels of the Lord, the two of them.
ujumbe ambao nilitaka kueletea ina ule sehemu ambayo inahusiana na jinsi ambavyo mimi huhusiana na malaika wakuu wa Mungu.
You remember when I called the cloud, I hope they can post it on your screen, the cloud of God, I called Jehovah to come and defend the borders of Israel.
Mwakumbuka wakati ambapo niliita wingu la Mungu Baba, nilimwita Yehova aje kulinda mipaka za Israeli.
According to the words of my tongue.
Na akaja kulingana na maneno ya ulimi wangu.
And I told him to come strictly at the border, to just flow at the border, to guard the border between Israel and Syria.
Nami nikamwambia kwamba akuje tu katika mpaka wa Israeli na Syria, ili kwamba kulinda mpaka huo.
Israel from ISIS.
Ili kwamba kuilinda Israeli dhidi ya ISIS.
And then he came.
Halafu akaja.
But in this vision, if you follow it very carefully,
lakini katika maono haya mkifuatilia kwa uangalifu,
you will find that I see the archangel.
mtapata ya kwamba ninamwona malaika mkuu.
And he, as the Lord has come, what you are seeing now on your screen.
Na wakati ambapo Bwana amekuja, kile ambacho sasa mnaona katika runinga zenu.
And yet for me, I'm able to see a little more because I see with the eyes of the Lord.
Mwajua kwangu mimi naona zaidi kwa sababu ninaona na macho ya Bwana.
Then every inch of the border, the archangel Michael standing there with a flaming sword that he touched on the soil like this.
Halafu katika kila sehemu ya mpaka huo, malaika Michael Mikaeli alikuwa amesimama pale na upanga unawaka moto ukimulika namna hii na kukuza chini ardhini.
And he multiplied himself to trillions because he was every inch of the entire border of Israel. All the borders of Israel he covered.
Na akajiongeza na kujizidisha kabisa kwa matrilioni kwa sababu katika kila
centimeter he increased himself trillions. I can see him. So the Lord lifted me up. I could see him all along the entire borders of Israel, even the sea border.
Alijiongeza kabisa katika matrilioni, alijiongeza na kujiongeza kabisa katika
perplexed about doubling.
Wakati bado nilishtuka kuhusiana na kufanya maradufu. Hivyo basi nilimwona malaika Mikaeli alijizidisha kabisa na kuwa matrilioni na matrilioni, na akazunguka kabisa katika mpaka wote wa Syria na Israeli.
Okay, again, just say it very clearly because we are addressing Israel. So cover all the borders of Israel, please.
Na hivyo basi akazunguka kabisa na kuilinda mpaka wote wa Israeli.
So, and then I have a second part where I interact with Gabriel.
Hivyo basi ninayo sehemu ya pili ambapo nilihusiana pamoja na Gabrieli.
The mighty archangel of the Lord, the messenger angel the Lord sends to me to explain to me the visions and the dreams.
Malaika mkuu kabisa wa Bwana, malaika ambaye ni mjumbe, malaika ambaye Mungu Baba huwa anamtuma ili kwamba aje kuzungumza pamoja nami kuhusiana na maono na ndoto.
And so because I have those very important aspects of this message, I will be able to wait until I gather my strength and then I come to you probably on Friday.
Kwa sababu ninazo vipengele hizi za muhimu kabisa katika ujumbe huu, hivyo basi nitangoja hadi nipate nguvu ili kwamba nije kwenu siku ya Ijumaa.
So if you want to receive the Lord, repeat after me right now.
Hivyo kama unataka kupokea Bwana, rudia nyuma yangu sasa hivi.
If you want to receive the Lord,
Als u de Heer wilt ontvangen,
say, mighty Lord Jesus.
zeg machtige Heer Jezus.
I recognize that the prophetic time has changed.
Ik erken dat de profetische tijd veranderd is.
And tonight I choose to receive you in my heart.
En vanavond kies ik ervoor om u te ontvangen in mijn hart.
As my Lord and my Savior.
Als mijn Heer en mijn Redder.
And my Lord Jesus.
En mijn Heer Jezus.
I appreciate the great work you did for me at Calvary.
Ik waardeer het grote werk dat u voor mij gedaan hebt op Golgotha.
When you died for me and resurrected for me.
Toen u stierf voor mij en opstond voor mij.
So today I receive that tremendous gift of eternal life.
En dus vandaag ontvang ik dat enorme geschenk van eeuwig leven.
When you died for me.
Toen u voor mij stierf.
And resurrected for me.
En opstond voor mij.
And I ask you, my Lord Jesus.
En ik vraag u, mijn Heer Jezus.
To now establish righteousness in me.
Om uw rechtvaardigheid in mij te vestigen.
And holiness in my heart.
En heiligheid in mijn hart.
And fill me with the Holy Spirit.
En vul mij met de Heilige Geest.
And guide me, my Lord Jesus.
En leid mij, mijn Heer Jezus.
That I may walk this pilgrimage to the kingdom of God.
Dat ik deze pelgrimstocht naar het koninkrijk van God zal
with
wandelen.
integrity.
Met integriteit,
righteousness,
rechtvaardigheid
and holiness.
en heiligheid.
In the mighty name of Jesus.
In de machtige naam van
I
Jezus
am born again.
ben ik wedergeboren.
Thank you.
Dank u.
So let us celebrate the cripple that has walked, blessed people. And then I'll bring you this message when I gather my strength on Friday. And I know that on Saturday we have the senior church leadership from Nairobi coming here. But on Friday we'll squeeze in a message, this message. We'll try to do that.
Hivyo basi wacha tusherehekee Kiwete ambaye ametembea, halafu najua ya kwamba siku ya Ijumaa nitaweza kuwaletea ujumbe huu, lakini najua ya kwamba siku ya Jumamosi tunao wageni hapa kutoka katika.
Thank you so much, blessed people.
Asanteni sana, watu wabarikiwa.
Samuel Kipper, heel prachtig. Kijk naar dat, hij danst. Kijk ernaar, hij danst. En de knieën waren heel erg stijf. De nek was heel erg stijf. En de handen waren heel erg stijf. Jezus is Heer. Het bloed van Jezus stroomt. Laten we dit vieren met z'n.
Everyone has come and the rain has come. Yes! Sawa.
kabisa. Enda straight ukete tu ya mwisho.
Jesus!
gezegende mensen. Wij zien hier het machtige genezingswonder van Cynthia Adjambo. Ze was totaal blind voor 4 jaar. En ze kon niet zien en ze moest overal worden ingeleid. Waarvan de tumor de ogen verhaalt. En toen openen de Heer uw ogen. Halleluja. Kijk daarna. Kijk daarna. Gaat een van de bisschoppen daar naartoe rennen. Halleluja. We zien hier precies het moment dat de Heer Cynthia's totaal blinde ogen opende. Kijk naar die blinde. Degene wat ik naar op zoek was. Degene waarvan ik zei dat de tumor was genieten. Kijk mij aan. Ze ziet voor de eerste keer. En we wachten even op de verbinding, gezegende mensen. En gezegende mensen, wij wachten even op de verbinding totdat die weer tot stand is gebracht met Kenia. moeder Elisabeth Chepchow was totaal doof voor 2 jaar. En we zien haar voorgenezing. Tegen de mensen. Totaal doof voor 28 jaar sinds geboorte. rechteroor was totaal doof. En hier zien we haar na haar genezing. Voor 8 jaar sinds ik geboren. Geliefde mensen, het precieze moment dat de Heer zijn ogen openen en heel gevoelig werden zelf. Halleluja. Het geluid is zo overweldigend dat ik de handen echt in zijn oren moet dus zo geweldig dat de Heer zijn ogen geopend.
Jina lako nani? Jina lako ni nani? Abigail. Nenda ukaningojea. Huyu alikuwa kipofu kweli kweli. Huyu alikuwa kipofu kweli kweli. Na nahitaji vipasa sauti ambayo imenyunyizwa. Jina lako ni nani? Vipasa sauti ulifanyi kazi. Jina lako nani? Jina lako.
This body was totally deaf, my love.
Huyu mvulana alikuwa kiziwi kweli kweli bwana.
The ears are too sensitive. Look.
Masikio yana umakinifu mwingi, tazama.
This is what I said live on TV.
Hiki ndicho nilichosema moja kwa moja katika runinga.
When I said,
nami nikasema,
the deaf ears will open,
kwamba masikio ya viziwi yatafunguka
and be sensitive.
na yatakuwa na umakinifu.
This is what I said live on TV.
Hiki ndicho nilichosema moja kwa moja katika runinga.
That the ears are going to open and be sensitive.
Kwamba masikio yanaenda kufunguka na yatakuwa na umakinifu mwingi.
That I'm going to command with the tongue of Jehovah.
Kwamba nitakwenda kuamrisha na ulimi wa Yehova.
And that when I do so,
kwamba nitakapofanya hivyo,
the deaf ears are going to be sensitive.
Masikio ya viziwi yatakwenda kuwa na umakinifu mwingi.
Now look.
Sasa tazama.
That means the mouth of the Lord has spoken here.
Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba kinywa cha Bwana kimenena hapa.
Hey,
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 hey.
kon niet goed lopen door pijnlijke blaren. En er was ook wat pus uit haar lichaam.
Bwana alinionyesha hii. Je, unaweza ukamleta?
Yes, and the Lord showed me this in a dream.
Naye Bwana alinionyesha hii katika ndoto.
I am the wounds dried up.
Jinsi ambavyo vidonda vilipona.
En de Heere genas Belvin van lepra en droogde de pijnlijke zweren op haar lichaam op. Halleluja.
Mungu wetu, Mungu wa nabii, Jehova ameponya ukoma. Asante. Mungu wa nabii, Jehova ameponya.
terug. Hij kon niet staan, hij kon niet lopen, hij kon niet zelfstandig eten en hij was helemaal doof. niet staan zonder krukken, niet buigen. Ze kon niks dragen en ook zichzelf niet wassen. staan, niet lopen en ze kon niets dragen. En we zien hier, zeggen de mensen, het precieze moment waarop de Heer haar oprichten van de grond. Halleluja. De voeten nog in het gips, dus we zien het exacte moment dat ze hier opstaat. Halleluja. opstaan na zijn gebed. En lopen, die eerste stappen, vallen en weer opstaan.